morning again. So today we are going to do two main things. One is to continue with what we left out last year, whereby we did on ggplot, right? 14. So the thing that I missed out last year was because we were focused on plotting, doing graphs, and then we didn't focus on making tables. So what I realized that yeah, you should make a nice table, a publication ready table. I understand that some of over here in Malaysia, there are a few who use R. Usually, when they have output or tables, they will just copy from the output and then directly put it into Excel, and then they do the cleaning within the Excel, right? So like, and so it makes me think that I believe that R should have a function or a package that really help users to sort of convert their data into a proper publication ready table. So with that said, you don't really need to put it in copy and paste it into a new Excel file sheet and then edit it and then pull it back into your Word documents or any uh, writing documents that you use, or writing software like LaTeX and whatnot. And secondly, is that yeah, like last year again, we did a lot of output, such as we have graphs, we have certain maps and whatnot. So often when we have those output, we'll just save it as a photo or save it as a PDF, and then we edit it through another software just to beautify it. And then only we put it back into our manuscript or our writing medium. So that is when you have your own project and you understand your work, and so you can do it like a very close contained environment. But what if you have a few collaborators? They are much interested in looking in your output. And so whenever you have a large collaboration, you will have to pass around your report, your output report. The problem is doing it manually is that every time you have a change of your data, whenever you analyze your data, and then you have problems with some small analysis, you have to redo everything all over again, run your stats, copy and paste everything into your Word file, and then send it to all your collaborators. This takes a lot of time, and it's very, very much tedious. Tedious. So today, the second part of this workshop will I will guide you to generate a reporting format in web-based. Web-based means you create an HTML file which you can pass to all your collaborators. And when they open up that file, they will see all the report, all the analysis you have conducted with the scripts. And with that, you don't have to dig into a Word document and then pass it around. So that is, we call it as Quarto or R Markdown. Has anyone heard R Markdown before? Anyone?
I have not.
Yeah.
No,
Okay. So,
no, I haven't.
so before we start everything, let me show you what is a R Markdown. So recently, me, Hiroki, and Jamie had a collaboration with Tim and Roger in uh for a paper about volcanic seeds in Yotorishima. So since I'm the one who run the stats, so I have a Edith, can you help me approve my uh request to share my screen?
Also, I want to let you know we just got a bunch of interns and one of our new master students came in. So I don't know if you want to introduce yourself because I'm not sure if anyone here is familiar with you. Old time say.
Okay, yeah, I'm feeling old now.
No, no.
But good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Wihin Bu, so you can call me Bu. I was a PhD student in MISE Lab back in pre-COVID. That's how long it was. So, was my my study was actually looking into how symbiotic algae, the Symbiodiniaceae, changes its phylogenetics uh, makeup throughout different locations, which by means from Saudi Arabia, Red Sea, up to Palau and had a slight extension towards Hawaii. So I look into the whole, basically Indo-Pacific regions, symbiotic relationship within Symbiodiniaceae and Ornithoa tuberculosa, another zooantharians. That's the gist of it. So the reason why I made this workshop is that I'm a strong believer of learning through teaching. So which means I were to teach you guys new skills, then I learn something new that from my perspective. Some of the things that I'm going to teach you is I've been using it for years, but sometimes because I've been using it for a specific purpose, so I might have missed out certain stuff that I might need your input. Like maybe you can ask certain question that is outside of this spec, and so I might have missed out, but it's crucial. So I can edit it in into my own workflow, and also you learn something from it. And for today, we are going to put the workshop into two parts. The morning session, and hopefully I can do it between the morning and after slightly overshoot the for lunch. Today there are two sections. One is on how to make good tables, beautiful tables, and secondly is how to make beautiful reports, nice reports. Sorry to use the word beautiful because the word big and beautiful has been in my brain for some time now. So the whole thing is that last year I did made a workshop for MISE, and it was mostly on how to make big and beautiful graphs, beautiful graphs. And so I, after a while, I figured out that we should include more rather than graphs. We have include tables as well, and also reporting. And so the morning session is to focus on making tables, nice tables, and afternoon will be how to create table reports that you can give it to everyone. So let me share my screen. Screen number 1, 2, and 3. Okay. Right. At least you can see my. Okay. So basically, I had a project with Jamie, Hiroki, and some from OIST on volcanic sips and also their symbiotic relationship of Palitoa tuberculosa within the volcanic sip. So this project had around 10 to 20 collaborators, and I'm the one who ran most of the analysis. The reason I have then I figure out that if I were to provide a report of the analysis and I have to put it into Word document and send it to everyone, number one, that it might be you only see the graphs, you don't see the code. So at the end of the day, it will raise a lot of questions for those collaborators who knows the codes or wants to know details about it. And if I were to use Word document and Excel file, uh, it will be very hard to read it and very hard to understand it because of you're using two mediums, Excel and Word. And if there's any changes between the project, then I have to redo everything all over again, which is quite tedious. And so we can create a report called R Markdown or Quarto. Quarto is another upgraded R Markdown project, whereby you can create a report in HTML or in browser format that you can send it over to everyone that is within your research project. So let me share. Technically, the project will look like this. So within this class or this group, how many of you have used R before? Or go to online and then check for R forums and R help? Have you worked into our forum or our discussion group? Then you will notice that some of the explanation looks like this. we have their title, and they have their script, and then they have some explanation. So basically, Quarto, sorry. So yeah, okay. So in the forum, usually they have this uh some sort of a web-based in explanation of what they bring you step by step on how to conduct your analysis with strict and proper text explanation. And this they have book like context they are content table, and then all the script and all explanation. In fact, except for the script, we also have this output. You have the output of your table, the data table, and later on they will also have output of your graphs. And so with this in one big group, one big slide of group of output from the top down to the bottom, you can see everything that I've conducted earlier on. All the researchers can access to it. I just send this file to have all the collaborators, and then they can access to all the analysis that I've conducted. In fact, if you want to explain more to your collaborators, then you can actually write your explanation down here, and then you can explain to what is the output, what are the important things. So by the end of this report, you also can report out your methodologies. So at the end of the second session, I will go into how to create this info or these document files. So do we have any questions regarding to the expectation of this class today or this workshop?
I think
All right.
we're good over here.
I'm sorry, it is?
Sorry, no questions. We're good over here.
All right, sure. So now, let's start off with the first one. Does anyone have your own data or you're using my own data? I'm using my data. So if you have your own data, then just call out your data. Let's say for my section, I'll use my own data. So, and for those who have not used R or R Studio before, let me explain to you. So when you turn on or you double click on the R Studio, you have this. You should have this in your system, and then you have download R console. Double click on this, and it should pop up a window, and you should be able to see something like this. Oh, this source is here, console is here. All right, you should have something like this. So this is a basic startup when you start up your R Studio. And let me explain to you what are the windows and represent in another 15 minutes. So in this 15 minutes, so this one on the left, the big one, this is the console, whereby all the statistic analysis, everything that you key in has to be done within this environment, within this window. Like for example, you type in 100 and then your result will come out 100. And on the right side is the environment. Environment means everything that you have keyed in, you loaded up. Like for example, your data sets, or you have transformed your data set, or you set function, a certain environment, or you set a certain playbook or models. And then this part, this Windows will show up all the data that you have keyed in. Like for example, I create an object. X is equals to 100, and then you'll see the value of X is 100, which means if I were to call X, it is 100. So this will be a guideline to inform you what data you have loaded and what sort of data it's, like for example, you can double click. If there's a data frame or table, you can double click on it, and it will show the full frame of your data set. So continue with this environment windows. You'll see that over here there are three more. Which is the history. History will show you uh, all the codes that you have written or ran in this console, and then you can trace back what you have written prior. Connection is for those who wants to have a group project whereby everyone is connected to a certain project, a certain script, large script, and everyone within the project can edit those scripts. However, there are only two or three ways to establish connection. One is you establish a GitHub, a Git and a GitHub, which is free. And second one will be in RStudio, RStudio Enterprise. Everyone with that license can connect with each other within the enterprise, and they can uh, edit the script together. Lastly, the tutorials. This tutorial is not really useful in my opinion because we already have a help here. So this tutorial is more on teaching you how to use RStudio in a more efficient way. And having said that, coming back to the bottom here, this is a miscellaneous window whereby you will see there's the file where all your directory where you've done all your analysis or your data will where do you get all your data will be here. You can set the working directory, but it is out of this workshop's preview. So next will be plot. Plot is where when you plot any graphs, the plot will come here, will pop up from here. Packages. So R is actually a very versatile programming language whereby it focuses on statistics programming or statistic analysis. However, not when you download your R and RStudio, basically they come in very variable. They can conduct a very basic statistic analysis, such as t-test, ANOVA, those that we've been using it for uh, very commonly. However, there are also other more advanced statistic analysis or more advanced functions that is free. However, you need to install it. You have to install it by installing packages from online from the repository CRAN. There's a comprehensive R archive network or something, CRAN, and you can get CRAN packages from here. And you can install it, and you can look into any any packages that you need, and you can install it from here. Later on, we will need to install a few packages. And next is a help. Help is where you can create, not create. So if you need any help about any functions or any packages, they will have a offline or in help documents where you can read them and understand it before you run any statistical functions. And next will be viewer. Viewer is when you create a plot which is interactive. So if you want to play with your plot or you want to cut your plot or zoom in, zoom out your plot, you will do it in viewer. Lastly, presentation. If you want to create presentation slides, especially in PowerPoint, you can actually run it in R and then you can edit your script or edit your graphs in this viewer or editor. So basically, this is the three main tab windows. And then there's another one window that it is it's not shown here the first time you put it up. So it is the script or the source window. So where can you find it? So firstly, you see this open file here. This open file here, click this button and then look for the attachment that I sent over to you the other day. The attachment should be named What's the name of the attachment? Yeah. Remember what's the you remember Edith or Alexis? That's the I don't remember which one, but I should be
Yes, it's the example book underscore submission underscore
uh
V2.
yes, but that's another one. GT underscore stargazer. You have that?
I didn't see that one in the email, but maybe I missed it. I can double check real quick.
All right, no worries. I'll send this over there in the Zoom link, or I'll just send it to the email now. Hold up.
Yeah, I only see the Excel attachment in the file,
Oh, okay.
so
All right. So maybe I accidentally missed out this one. Sorry. So maybe I'll send another one to everyone now. Uh, Okay, my bad. I think I missed out this file. Send it over again. All right. So technically, download this Stargazers and sorry, wrong. Done another wrong file. No GT Stargazer. Eh? Wrong on. Where did I save this? Hmm? Oh. Right. I just sent over two emails. One is test Quarto. Download test Quarto and GT Stargazer. So if everyone is ready, just put on the like button. And then we can start off with the data entry. Let's say I'll give everyone another 5 minutes.
who you emailed it? Oh, I just got the email. Okay, I'll forward it off because I don't know if everybody in the room is on that email
All right.
too.
I'm sorry, I missed out the that important scripts. To download the files, you can drag the GT Stargazers into R and then you'll automatically load it up. Like for example, if I were to drag this Stargazer here, up it, and it will just load up automatically. So, everyone okay with it so far? When you get the files, like Zamboto and D'Souza and Munekata. So, and
I got
Alexis, did you get those?
them on my phone.
Right. Alexis, did you get the files?
No. So I think
From,
Edith, did you get a chance to send the email yet? I didn't get anything
I
yet.
just sent the email. Boo, the issue is that we have a newer mailing list that I don't think you have. Are you?
I am. Oh
But
wait, no, I see it now.
yeah.
I'm sorry.
No. It's just
Yeah, that's
ever
fine.
evolving and changing these mailing lists. So not your fault.
Send it over. You can check it on the Zoom meeting now. The Zoom chat.
Yeah. Yeah, I see that. And I also just sent the email to everybody. So thank you guys.
Okay.
Yep, I think people have it. Yoma. Okay. Matter. Matter more.
All right. Just a quick question. How many of you have not used R before? Does anyone have an experience with R or no experience with R?
I think everybody in the room has used R to some degree.
Okay. So I don't have to explain it in detail. Right. So everyone has loaded up the script for GT Stargazer.
Oh gosh.
So you can, for now, you can also load up the example book that I sent to you. Or if you have your own data, please do load up the data, and then we can move start off with our first section. So for this version, yeah, yeah, yo. Right, everyone, can we start now? Everyone ready?
We still got one person downloading.
All right.
All right, we're all good.
Load up the file, your file, any file. And for now, let's start off with my data. For the first thing I want to do is I want to put more data at the appending at the side of this table. But I cannot just create from thin air, so I just transform my turbidity. Let's say just log it. SQRT, alamak. Next one, I'll just create another one. Just doing it. Okay, now we have, let's say we have in this data set, we have four continuous variables, and then have one, two, three, four, another four, let's say. So, so before we start, when you install all this library into your package, so how do you install these packages? Will be just go to package, will install, and then get the packages like GT, install it, and then install Stargazer, Tidyverse, Flex Table, and Scheme R.
Wait, sorry, Boo, we're still missing the data one file. Did you share that as well?
Yeah, it's in the email prior,
The one that you sent just now or before?
before.
Okay.
Before, like in the last workshop.
Oh, was this from the last workshop?
No, it's in uh 21st of May.
Sorry, give me one second.
Well, never mind. I'll just put it data. Do you have your own data? Does anyone? If you have your own data, then we can you can run your own data. If
Some of us have our own data, some of us
But
don't.
it depends
I
on
think.
what kind. I have sequencing data.
Yeah.
you can use sequencing data as well.
Then
uh, hold on. Let me send this to you. I'm sorry. So, uh, okay. You should have the example book.
No, I don't have it, my personal data.
Okay, no worries.
Okay, if it's the example book, I believe
yeah,
we're just
got
going
it.
through our email now.
Got
We're
it.
downloading it.
Right, everyone?
Sorry, Boo, it's taking a little time for us. Give us a couple
No
minutes.
worries, no worries.
Thank you.
This is actually this is the first time I conduct this VT Stargazer and also Quarto workshop. Usually I just teach this with my personal own lab. And so I also need to get a gauge of a wider audience because for information, I'm currently writing a book and also creating an online course, ODL, online distance learning course on uh, running statistics in R. So this is part of the syllabus. And I just want to know whether it is if there's any problem, you can tell me. But yeah.
Awesome. Yeah. Well, that's exciting. Okay.
Not saying that you guys are my lab rat, yeah. It's just that it's already in the system. It's just we are waiting to launch it very soon. Such a secret. Mhm.
Okay, I think we're good, Boo.
So please install and crawl all these libraries: VT, Stargazer, Tidyverse, Flextable, and SkinR. So I ran you call done calling install and calling the libraries. Oh, let me explain what are all these packages. So basically tidyverse is the all-in-one package or library, whereby it has all mostly descriptive or exploratory data packages that helps you to explore your data, not necessarily conduct statistic analysis, but it's more on managing data wrangling, organizing, and also restrict your data into a proper for analysis. So if you load tidyverse, you'll see all these packages. These are all the we call it dependent packages for tidyverse. When you load tidyverse, it will call all these packages. And then Stargazer scheme are packages to help you organize your data into a proper table and then automatically analyze it into descriptive statistics such as mean, median, mode, and also standard deviation quartiles. And flex table and GT table are packages to present your table into a publication ready format. So once you are ready for all the libraries, then we can start now. Is that all right?
We're good.
Okay.
I think, yeah, we're good.
Right. So previously, if you have your data loaded in your environment, if you want to look into your data structure and your data summary, you just use the STR structure, data structure, where you can see that there's individuals, week, day, depth, and all this continuous data that I have are loaded up. So you can see that these are characters, character, this is number, because automatically, whenever it's only number in your column, R will identify it as number. But if there's a mix between number and alphabets or any icons, like dash, plus, any operation icon, so it will identify it as characters. So if we were to look into the summary of our data, it will show that you have your basic individual, this class mode, if it is a number, it will show you minimum, first quartile, median, means, quartile, and maximum. So this is a very basic summary table of your data. And basically, this kind of output is not really publication ready. You have to copy and paste it into Excel, do some changes to it, then only you can put it back into your manuscript. And furthermore, some of the data is not in a proper structure. Proper structure means in a proper text that I want. So I can change the data column structure based on the format that I need. As you can see over here, I have prepared 4 types of column structures. Number 1 is sector. Sector means those that you want it into a grouping that will be your treatment. Like for example, in this example will be like the individual, the day, and the depth. Because that will become the grouping that set the data, which is the turbidity and its transformed data columns. So we have to turn everything into sector if it is not number. And if it is date, then we can turn it into POSIXCT. So this one, POSIXCT, it's a good format because it saves your date, time, and even weeks all in one column. And you can extract it whichever type of format you want. But for today, we will not focus on how to play with this date format, POSIXCT. You can explore it at your own pace outside of this workshop. But for now, let's change individual to depth into sector. One way is that you can do it manually, whereby you can just put it as in data 1. Let's go for individual and then s.sector. Okay. Individual. So if I were to enter it right here, and when I fall back, then you'll see that individual factor with 140 levels, and it turned into factor. You can either do it manually one by one, or you can do it in one big loop using L apply. So what happened here is that I explain, I'll just copy and paste it into the chat box so if anyone wants to. So technically I ask, please select column 1 to column 4, which means my data column 1 to column 4. I want to do the same, I want to conduct the same transformation into factor for column 1 to column 4 over and over and over again. So if I were to do like this, then I just press enter. And voila, everything in one go will change into factor. However, there are also sometimes that you have certain factor that require the proper organization. Like for example, for the days, sorry. So you see right over here, currently, my days are organized based on alphabetical order, which is not correct. So if you want to organize it based on the proper day order, then you can use this. In this sense, we can relabel it. We can relabel it based on the levels that we want. Just copy this and do it into day, and then day. And your data file example book file has less columns than the example on the screen. So, Miss, you have until turbidity, right, Alexis?
Yes, I do. But I'm
So you
missing the
can log, square root, and sin. These were the one that I created earlier on. You can create your own. You can create this. Just copy and
okay.
paste it in. Just copy and paste it in the chat box.
Okay. All right, thank you. I just wanted to double check that I had the right thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
Thank
so,
you.
Welcome. So you can copy this whole thing to prevent us doing any error. Paste it here. And then you can start ordering your stuff, reorder everything with comma in between. Right. Okay. So what happened is I asked the thread to turn data 1 day, the column day, into this proper level, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. And I want it ordered in order to be true, which means I want it to be ordered this way. So you can see that everything has been ordered. And if you will look into the levels by the day, it's in Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. How do you know it's in a proper order? If you click on this data one, and then you click on the day, you'll see that it's in proper order as well, based on the day. Okay? Let me copy and paste this. If you did something wrong, like for example, you accidentally key in the wrong name, then you might need to re-enter the data and then redo it based on the proper name. And to save you trouble, I sometimes suggest that you have a backup. Like for example, call your Excel and then for a good practice, I will go for Wi-Fi. Where can I get it? Well, let's take okay. And I just call it as data 0. So this will be the data that it's the original data. All right. So once we have all this organized and everything is in proper format that we want, then we can start working on it. So if you want to change your level name based on a certain names, then you can change it as well. I've already included the script for you. And so if you want to look into the summary, you can see that we have already changed it, and then the summary has totally changed from what it was earlier on. You can see the individuals there are 2 weeks, 14 weeks. The day, every day has 40 data sets. Depth, there are 2 depths. Then the turbidity, the mean, median, and then the maximum and minimum data. All this, the basic descriptive data. But these are only data that summary data that you can see in a quick and dirty way, exploratory. But what if you need table that can fit into your manuscript? Then the easiest one will be using Stargazer. So Stargazer, if you have loaded the Stargazer library, then you can directly use Stargazer. And the only problem with Stargazer is that it only extract numeric data and a very basic numeric data. So like for example, you just need to copy this exact script that I've given to you and paste it here, and then rename your data frame. And for this, you'll see that I want the output into text, and I have the title, and the output is in out.txt. So if I were to put it in and enter, it will come out as a text file and automatically save at my working directory, which is right here. So if I were to press enter, then you should see that, yeah, it says nothing here. But if you want to go right here, you should be able to see where's my working directory. Yeah, this is the text file. So if I were to go to my working directory, that is my document. Oh, God. So, documents. Okay. So back in my document, my working directory, you see that out.txt. It should come out something, eh? Why is it? It's empty. It is empty. It is empty. Data 1 should not go on. Okay. It's data 1. They're all in numeric number. Like if I were to put it into HTML, hold on, titles, HTML, data 1. Huh, interesting. Something wrong with the Stargazer. There's something wrong with the data one. Let's see data 0 and see. Still, it's good. Wait, I did it right. Something went wrong with the script. But anyway, let's just skip this for now. Let's skip Stargazer for now. Something wrong with the script. I ran it yesterday, was okay. But again, the problem with Stargazer is that it is fairly new, and there are a few bugs right here and there. Okay. See, I will have still got problem with it. What happened to Stargazer? Did you guys have any problem with this, or it just came out with like this? It is?
I don't think
A little behind.
yeah, I think a lot of us are a little behind.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
Yeah, same.
Mhm. I think
I was having some issues in the beginning with just formatting for where it says changing to factors, like column variable
Uh-huh.
1 to factor.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
So never mind.
Or sorry,
Let's take a
changing
few
column
seconds.
data structure.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Sorry, if you have any problem, just raise your hand and then ask me to stop, or else I'll be talking to myself on the screen.
Okay.
So sorry, I'm very sorry. Alexis, what's your problem? Okay.
So yeah, I guess I've been trying to figure it out. I'm still like kind of towards the beginning, but the part where it says change column data structure,
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
yeah, I keep getting the error that unknown or uninitialized column is variable 1, so I don't.
Oh, you have to name your variables properly.
Okay.
So, like for example, let's take a few steps back. So, if you want to change your column name, based on the, like for example, I have this. Let me start over again, right? Data 0. Let's call it data 2, data 0. So my data 2 is actually the same as data 0 now. However, if I want to change my individual week and day and month into factor, so I can change it directly from the data 1, and then let's go for, let's say, individual, and then factor, data 1, individual. So if I want to look into my structure now, no, not data 1, sorry, data 2. So if I were to look into the structure of my data 2, you'll see that my individual is a factor now. So we can do it for all this one by one by doing it manually.
Do they all have to be factors?
Everything which is individual week, day, and depth, it's best. So if you want to do it all in one go by using loop function, you just put into a subset bracket, and then in this case, data 2, right? You'll see that data 2 from column 1 to column 4, it's the one that I want to turn it into factors, right? So we can turn it directly from 1 semicolon to 4, and then equal L apply. Data 2 to 4, and then a comma factor, which means I want data 2, the first column until the fourth column, to be to do it over and over again for column 1 to column 4 to convert it into factor. All right. So if I were to put it this way and then look into here, now individual week, day, and depth, they are all into factor. So I give you 10 minutes for you to hit the factors. If you have any question, please ask me, and then we can sort it out. All right?
Okay.
Did it?
We did what? Sorry.
It works.
Right.
Okay.
Huh. Maybe it's this problem. Hold on. Hold on. Yeah, maybe it's this problem. Oh, Stargazer.
Because change column data structure has like a numeric character and the last one as well. We don't have to use those now. They all have to
Oh,
be.
you mean this one? Which one?
Yeah. Is that just an example or do we have to use those?
This one, just example.
Okay.
So if you in the future, anyone who wants to convert
Mm-hmm.
your column into numeric, you can use this.
Okay.
Turn it back to character, or what if you want to turn it into dates, you can use this. Just an example for everyone. This is a detail of the factor. So the basic one, right? And then after that, this is the one that you want to organize it based on a proper organization. Like I mentioned, the Monday to Friday to Sunday organization.
Mm-hmm.
And then orders, so not organize orders. And then this one, if you want to reorder and rename your factor, your labels of your levels,
Okay.
just in case you want to. But I think Stargazer is acting up today. Let's skip Stargazer for now. It's just a small section. But let's go for scheme. All right, everyone, are you ready?
You guys have Stargazer?
I'm sorry.
I don't know.
Ooh, I don't know if we have the Stargazer section in our script that you shared.
Oh, okay. So if not that, I
It goes from the,
just shared the.
messing with the data structure and then it
Mhm.
down to all the skimming basics.
Okay. Then we'll just go for. Did you guys get it's different file for Stargazer? Yeah, I shared another one, GT underscore Stargazer, right?
Did you share that on Zoom?
I shared it on Zoom and I shared it in the email as well.
The email that you sent me, oh, I see it now. That's weird because when I got it originally, I only had 2 files.
Okay.
I have the third.
Oh, I deleted the days. Oh no.
Okay, I'll share off the next one as well.
I'm very sorry for the
No,
confusion.
it's my fault. I don't know why my email didn't load it, the third file that you sent.
Oh, yeah.
So,
And it's something. Yeah. You have to reinstall the data system.
no worries. So, okay, for your information, the first thing we can do is that Scheme is actually a very good package to look into your data as in quick and dirty way, but it's better than summary. So if I were to put in Scheme and then just data one, it will show this file. So let me explain what is this, and then if you just Scheme and data one, it will show you the data, how many rows of data, the column, the basics. And then it will also tell you how many columns is under factor, and how many columns under numeric. And if you have dates or you have characters, it will list out as well. And it will break your variables into the factor, the numeric. If you have date and also character and other types of data structures, then it will also list it out. So the good thing about putting it into factor is that it will list out the factor. Like for example, it will list out there are 140 unique factors. So if you want to double check your factors, you can look into the unique, and then we have 140, 27, and 2. And it will list out it directly like this. And then you can, it's already in a table form. And it will tell you whether it's ordered or not. Like for example, earlier on, I did an order of my days. It shows that it is ordered. At least you are notified that the dates are the days are ordered. Then it has scheme variables, the names, and the missing value and the complete rate. Missing, which means it will explain to you the number of missing data. And the complete rate is in probabilities, in zeros to 1, 0 point something. So if you have 100 data and you have 1 missing data, it will be 0.99. So this will be a good, quick and dirty way of looking into your data description. Where is the missing data? Do you have any missing column on missing cells? But you might need to look into it. And if you have variables of numeric, then it will show you all the important data, important statistics, descriptive statistics. In the sense, it will like for example, earlier on, I converted all my data or transform it with a turbidity log, square root, and then sine. And so it will show you the mean, the standard deviation. P0 is the minimum. P22 is the quartile 1. P50 is median. P75 is the Q3. And P100 is the maximum. And in addition, it's also show you a very basic histogram of your data. So from the get-go, we will see here that we will have our histogram listed in around 4 to 5 bins or 4 to 5 bars. From here, you can already estimate or guesstimate your data, whether is it normally distributed or not. All right. So from here, you can see whether your data is normally distributed by virtue of a visual sensors. So from here, we can estimate that turbidity of the square root. Square turbidity is about normally distributed, whereas the rest they were not, because they are either skewed to the left, skewed to the right, or just with double peak. Are we okay with this this output? Any questions?
I think we're good over here.
All right. So this is the basic one, and then if you want, you can either copy this whole thing and then paste it in your Excel for cleaning. But we're not going to do it now because later on we'll have a better way. But you can do this, but you don't really need to do this now. We have a better way later. Then you should have your output like this. And then you can clean it up, but not for now. And then the next one will be, this one will change your decimal points into 3 decimal point. Like for example, this one, it was like either 1, 2, or 3 decimal point. It was not in a proper decimal point format for everyone. So you can let me change it to 2, and then you see that options, everything should be 2 decimal points. Hold on. Everything should have a decimal point earlier on. Yeah. So it turns everything with 2 numbers only. So like for example, this one has 5.4. Only to 2 decimal points, it has 2 significant points, it will 45 point nothing. Because I only have 2 numbers. Anyone with it only shows 2 numbers. Zeros, it will not count 0. But this one is not that appropriate. But if you want to only show 2 numbers, then you can do this. You can also increase the number to 4, and then you should see everything with 4 significant numbers. All right. So following this software, you can also break it into partitions. Partition means that you don't have to, they will remove this two, basically they will remove this and they only show the table. See, if I were to partition it, it makes a clean table. Out of it, it's just vector and numeric only. So it doesn't show any other details of the data summary and the sort of data structures and the frequencies. And if you want to just pick out the numeric data, only numeric data, then you can just yank it out. Yank means just pull it out, only not numeric data. So if I were to pick all this, then it only shows numeric data. Sorry, not numeric. It only shows numeric data. And if I were to yank out factor, then it will only yank out the factors. So you can actually isolate the data either based on partition. You partition it into two tables, or you want to have a specific table that you want, or specific data structures that you want, then you can just yank it out by using the numeric, yank numeric or factor based on the name of over here. Either numeric, factor, character, or the date. And it will show the data or the tables up right here. Everyone okay with it?
Yeah, I think we're good over here.
All right. Okay. And I have other formats right down here. If you want to try it later, you can try it. And if you have selective variables that you only need a few, you don't want to have all of them explained or repeated into your scheme, you can select them. You can either use the dplyr select or you can use the scheme select. Scheme select, you just need to have your first column and your first scheme and then your data frame name, in my case data 1. And then you can put in the names of the data frame. Like for example, I want only week, day, and depth. And I also want only turbidity. And I don't want the rest. So it will come up like this. We will isolate everything based on what we need. So I only have 4 columns that I needed. I asked it to come up with the 4 columns, and it came out with the fact it isolate them based on the structure and the descriptive data. All right, I'll give you around 5 minutes to test out and play around with the script up until right here. Then we can continue with the other 2. If you want to explore the other 2, we can explore, then I'll explain later. 5 minutes, is it all right?
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
If you have any question, just ask me.
Mine does not look like this.
Are you
Sorry?
same data set?
Yeah. It's get like on the bottom.
Yeah,
I don't know
but maybe.
what he's getting. It gives me something, but so if I try to do the columns and the variables of the weekdays, it just deletes my weekdays. Okay. I think I just did something wrong somewhere. Mm. Nothing was.
Start with a V. It's Is it a good system? It's taking forever to install something.
All right. Anyone, do you have any questions? Any confusion that I can help? Okay. Are you good?
Yeah. Oh, I get things,
Oh.
but it doesn't look the same as when Boo does it. But I have things.
How does you get things like the sixth sense?
It gives me something.
Uh,
Road
so
number
if
column.
I have a look at it, can you share screen or anything, or I can see?
Are you on the Zoom?
Oh no, but I can.
She's not on the Zoom, but she can get on the Zoom and share her screen. Skip it.
Oh, could you send me the link by email? If I don't immediately click on them, it just pretends like it didn't get the email.
What does that mean?
Yeah, I don't know. It's being weird.
Okay, let me send it. You sent it yesterday. Okay. All right, I just sent it.
Yeah, thank you.
While we are at it, right? So, do you have any questions regarding to the table generations, except for who was it that saying that you had sorting?
But what?
So who said the sorting thing?
I can't hear you. What are you saying?
Oh no, just now I heard someone said that they saw something, but something
Yeah.
that is
Oh yeah, so luckily she's gonna sign into Zoom and share her screen so she can
good.
show you what she's
Sure.
seeing.
All right.
So if I do, let's see. Here I did the select columns for skim, and then it gives me
Yes.
these values. I don't know if this
All right. So technically, if you see right here, okay, so you'll see that you have individual length and depth, right?
Yeah.
And it's slightly different from mine.
Mhm.
So basically, the data summary everything above the variable type character, where you can see all those, your output.
Yeah.
So at your output, anything above the data type character, these are all just descriptive of your type data, right? So it shows here that you have 3 columns of character and 1 column of numeric,
Yeah.
which means earlier on you skip the part where you convert your data into factor.
Okay.
Right. So let me put this script again for you for the factor, right? Okay. Normally you should be able to get this script right here, and then you can put it into your your console, and then you run that script in the where I just entered in the chat.
Okay.
All right.
Do I still need to share, or can I?
How you can close it up, and then you turn that into factor, and then you rerun it, and then you might see everything turn into factor, and then even your data they will show you in
Wait,
factor mode,
but
the table.
I did run. Did I do something wrong?
And then you run the scheme
Did
again.
this one before.
And then you run the scheme again.
Okay.
Just voila. There you
Oh,
go. You change it to yep.
apparently I didn't run in. Oh, I think I
Yeah.
know what went wrong. I tried to do this, but then it
Uh-huh.
just deleted my days. So I re-uploaded
Yeah.
the script, I think. I don't know what
No
I'm doing
worries.
here, but
No worries.
okay, thank you. Now it works.
You're welcome.
Okay, I'll stop sharing my screen now. Thank you.
Yeah. No worries. All right. So if you have a list of data that you want to you want to yank out for the analysis, right? You just get a list of it. Like for example, in this case, I want it from, let's say, from week to I'll be SQR key square root. So what I did was just data 1 comma and from week semicolon, which means from week to probability square root. And so it shows all the data from week to probability square root only. So I missed out on individual and probability same. And so this is a continuous from week to probability square root. If you want to take them all from there, and you don't want, I just don't want to list them out one by one, right? And another way, and then the third way of selectively selecting the columns that you need is by using column number. In this case, if I were to look into my data 1, and if I hover my mouse on top of the table, you see that there's column 1, column 2, until column 6 in my case. In your case, might be different depending on your data. And so if I want to select, let's say, column 1, 3, and 5, I'll just put in scheme data 1, and then I'll just change all this 3 to 1, 3, and 5. 1, 3, and 5. So 1, 3, and 5, and you'll see that it only select A, individual, A, and turbidity. It's basically the first column, the third column, and the fifth column. So in case you need to select certain column or certain data set only for your table, then you can use either these 3. Do you have any questions regarding to this?
I think we're good.
All right. Okay. And the reason why earlier on, sorry.
All right, no, I just need.
Okay. That's you. So for earlier on, I request everyone to convert your data into factor, right? The reason why you want to convert into factor is because this next section. Do I know has everyone converted all your the proper columns into factor? Not all the columns, but those columns that required to be converted into factor has been converted into factor. How do you check it? Is by str and then your data frame, and then you should see. Is there anyone with a factor? Okay. So everyone, you're done with this. You have factor already in your group, in your data frame. Everyone okay with that? Okay.
Yep.
Right. Okay. So now we just need to copy this, right? And then paste it here. Okay, it off here. And then you just need to change this. Like for example, in this case, I want to give me a random one. Give me a random one. Which one? Individual. Let's say either day or depth. Which one do you want?
Which one?
Day.
Day.
Go for day. Okay, let's go for day. So let's just put in day. And then it will show you all the data, your data group based on days. Stability, even your individual weeks and that, and it removes day out from the factor table. So you have all your data group based on days, and it removes days from the table. You can see your histogram, how your data distribute itself, and all the statistics. And anything with a negative, it will color in red so that you know which one is below zero and which one is above zero. Are we good? Right now, try to do it for depth. You can try for depth and see. Or you can try for, I'm sorry?
I get half of them as a factor and half of them as numeric.
Yeah. And then they'll remove the depth from the from the table. So it has the statistics, descriptive statistics is also changed, based on the depth, right? It's different from the original one, and it's also different from by the day, and it's also different from by the depth. So
Okay.
depending on what you need for your table, you can select the group. And if you want to have a longer table, right? You can actually select multiple factors, which means it will have double two interaction. So let's just put it like comma here and day. So it will be like this. So bottom Monday, bottom Tuesday, bottom Wednesday, bottom Thursday, bottom Friday, and then it repeats itself for surface. If you don't like this kind of arrangement, you want to reorganize it, you can also swap it. Right. Monday, bottom surface. Tuesday, bottom surface.
It gives just like one variable per group. So I just have bottom and surface.
Mm-hmm.
There's two. Is that correct? Because you seem to have a lot.
The day and the depth.
Oh yeah, I can do both of them. But when I do them separate, I just get you probably have like a larger Excel to work with. But if I run them separate, I just get like one per day, so 7, and then one per bottom or surface.
Yes. So did you see your data like this? Hold on.
Yeah, it does give me like this. It's just less, but that's normal.
It's normal because your data is only up until turbidity, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you have only turbidity to work with. If you want, you can add more. But depending on your data, then you can it will show all the numeric data. So
Okay.
I believe yours looks like this.
Yeah.
Yeah. Something like that.
Yeah, it does look something like that. Yeah.
So depending on the table, depending on what sort of data you have. So it will isolate the data based on
Okay.
factor, based on character, based on numeric, and based on date, and then it will analyze it for the statistics based on what you need here.
Okay, cool.
All right. Okay. So now, most of the time, when you want to create a table for this scheme data, you don't need missing and complete, right? It's just you don't need this for the table. You can actually remove them out from the output. So from here, like for example, let's say we like here, and then over here you can copy part here, right? You can remove the column, and then voila, you remove the end missing and end complete rate just by adding this. If you want to remove the histogram or you want to remove the P75, P25, you add the name. In this case, negative let's say P25, negative P75, and negative HIST. And so, wait a minute, P25 does not exist. Oh, sorry. There are some that you cannot use it for. Let's yank it out. Let's yank the numeric only because the factors doesn't have.
Yippee.
And you should have something like this. So let me show you the script here. All right. So what I did was I want to select out I want to remove the end missing and the complete rate, the P25, 75, and histogram out from the table, this table. However, it shows an error. Why? Because when I want to remove all this, note that for this part, only the numeric has it. The factor doesn't have it. It doesn't has it. Even the character or the group will not have this factor, and that is why it shows error. When I want only the numeric out, then only I can run it without a problem. So you can try for factor and you have to yank out, let's say, n unique. You can try now how to yank out, how to pick factor and remove n unique from the table. I'll give you another 10 minutes to play around with this
Yeah.
script. If you have any question, just raise your hand or ask. Not raise up, sorry, just call me.
Okay. ChatGPT. Structure. Mhm. No.
Are we okay so far?
Yeah.
All right. If you have any question, just feel free to interrupt me or just call me out. Thanks. Right. Anyone having problems as well?
All right. I think we're good on.
Yes.
Yeah.
You're good.
Yep.
Okay. Great. So now, this is basically the end of GT. Sorry, the scheme. So scheme is basically um a simple way or quick and dirty way of looking into your data. And if you want to have your data grouped or look into the statistics like the mean, median, standard deviation, and minimum, maximum, and even to extend the histogram, you can use scheme from the first time when you put up your data analysis, your process. The first thing to do, usually I'll just use scheme. Look into the data, the structure, the format, and even later on, if I want to put my data into my script, into my manuscript, I can just get from schemes output. However, if you notice that this data right now, even though it is organized and arranged in a proper statistic manner, it is not actually in a good presentable way, right? Because it is not a proper table yet. If you were to copy this whole thing, even the names are not correct, but if I were to put it into manuscript right now, it will be like this, just text. Even if I want to put it into this, right, we still need to process some of the table or some of these tables. So it's not actually ideal to a certain degree that we can just directly use it for our manuscript. However, with another uh, package we call the GT. It's a graphical table. Some they call it a grid table or group table package. So GT is a package whereby you can make table out of your data frame or anything, as long as it is in a proper table format with a header and a column name. Even the column, the row name, it's not that important, but the most important thing is you have the column header. Of it's simple. You just need to have a very simple. Let's say I have data one. I want to turn it into a table, right? You just go for GP and then data one. And when I press enter, it comes out as a viewer right on the right side here. See all your data that was like in data one right here. It's in organized in Friday like this, right? It's organized in this way.
Wow.
So it's already a table, right? So if you want to, you can just copy this whole table and then straight away into your what takes time because here it's directly computed based on the proper table. And in fact, if you want, you can see that it has every new page, it has its own header. So it set a format for you already, proper format. I'm not so sure whether you have that or not, but for me, it's already set up a proper format for me. Okay, so this is a basic GT table. To make it into a graphical table immediately, you can put it into your manuscript. And then you can do some minor edits, like for example, remove this, maybe just put it to one, maybe line spacing, you might need to change the line spacing a little bit. Yeah. Okay. 0, 0, single, and okay. Yeah. Then you can even you can do some changes and it automatically change the headers in Microsoft Words. So this is the basic GT so far. You can try on your own data later on. But we have a lot of things to do with the GT now. So you see that there are some that you need some cleaning, right? You can do some cleaning, and you can also label the old names. Like for example, you want to rename your column. Like for my part will be GT data one, and then I'll go for GT and type it. And also now I want to rename my column. Let's say label, column label. Let's say my old variable, let's say individual, INDV. And then I want to change it to see it automatically changed to individual. I want to change it multiple columns. I just need to let this TLDR dot square root will be it's just yeah, I think we're done. Okay. So it automatically changed the name. It basically changed the name for all the these required table, right? All right. You can try now. Fill the data. It gives you around another 5 minutes to test your column head label head thing. If you have any question, just ask me.
Why?
Yes. What happened?
Nothing. It just worked.
Okay. I think I missed out another one script here. I'll just paste it in the chat. Yeah. So, if you see here, can we continue? Sorry.
Yeah.
All right. So you see here, I just added another one. This one text style. This one is to make the header to be in bold. So if you look into the chat box, I added this script. You can just add a tagline and then type this. So this one will make your header, your row column header to be in bold. Are we okay so far?
Yeah.
So now, if you want to have a title for your table, you can always use this tab header. Just add tab header. For our case, let's just let's start it off with simple terms first. Data one, pipeline it, and then EP, and then I pipeline it. So if I want to have a header, I just tap under header, and then title equals to. So now title, you can either MD means you use markdown format. So if you don't want to, you just can put in this is a title. All right. So if you just put it like this, it will have this is the title. So it will have a table title name here. Problem with without MD is that you cannot add any formatting to it. If I were to add format, like for example, standard, I want to bold it. Simple bolding it doesn't happen. Because using markdown, another function right here, MD, it helps you to identify that the asterisk, single asterisk right here, I'll show that single asterisk is italic, double asterisk is bold, but you have to put it in front and at the back of your words, so it will look it as a caption. And if I were to add in MD here, right, then you'll see my title is in italic, so it's italic now. And if I add, let's say, the with two asterisks on the front and at the back, then B will be bold. So this is use a markdown function to give a freedom of setting your fonts format. And so this is putting the title for your table. And if you want to add title, a comma at the back, again, and subtitle, and D, and we can put the subtitle. This is a subtitle, right? And so you have a subtitle right here. A smaller title to explain this title. And if you want to have another break of the same format, either the title or the subtitle to have a second line, so you can use this BR, so break line. Break line means you can put in, let's say, this here, or you can see that the first line, I had all the formatting that I needed, italic and also bold. The second line is just a normal title with the default format. You can do the same thing for the subtitle as well. And if you want to, but I don't suggest, you can do it for your column labels as well. But it's not suggested because it might cause some formatting issues later on. So any questions on this title?
No, I think we're good. Unless, Lucky.
Yeah, I'm just copying it.
Got-
Mm.
I'll give everyone another 5 minutes to digest it and then let's play around with it. I'll come back.
Yeah.
All right. Shall we continue?
Yep.
Right. So now we are going into a venture into how do we sorry, where am I right now? Okay. Okay, we are going into playing with the little nitty-gritty format of the GT. So let me show you in the references. My GT is the one. Hold on, yeah. Let me show you the website. This is the one. Do I have this? Not this one. Then perhaps this one. Yeah. Yep. All right. In the GT table, there are a few parts. Right? Let's say just now we look into the table header. There's a title, subtitle. Then this is the column labels, and then this is the start. Subhead means this is the label for the stub, which means the table. Later you'll see, like for example, this is the subhead. Do I have it here? No, not here. Technically, this is supposedly the stub header in variables, and header we can actually edit some of the stub header. And then there are the row groups label, and then the main cells, the footnote, and source notes. So basically, GT table can allow you to edit all these components. Knowing these components is important. Remember this particular table link. If you forget it, I sent you a link. You can always check the link about the components of the GT table. But for now, let's start with the stuff. So, like for example, table one stub, right? For my table one, data one, if you look into the data one, the stub for a normal table like this, the stub is this one. So if I were to put table one, and then the stub is data one stub, then you should see the stub right here. Accordingly, the organization accordingly like this. So the reason why it is like this is because it follows the row names. If you want, you can name the stub name, the stub header, just add it to be row names. What is, call it. Then you have a row names here. You want to change, like I mentioned early on, should be able to work like this. Hold on. Yeah. No, you can use markdown for function to rename it to add a formatting on it. So subname is only for if you have your column names or your row names, you want to include into your table. Usually row names are hidden behind the table formation or the table construction. So if you want, you can recall the stub names or the stub row column. And for now, everything is okay.
Yep.
All right. And then you have the next one is more on alignment. So you want to align your data. You want to align, let's say you have individual and week, you want to align to the left. So let's use align to the left. And you want if you have only a single column, say line, hold on, line, column, line, well, false line, sorry, my bad. So you can see your big line on the left. If you want to try multiple columns, then you have to add a line. Put it that way. Let's say three. So you can see the difference. If you want to align your data, if you want to align the words based on your liking, you can use this alignment. Then left center and right, and depending on the variables or columns you need. You all right? Okay.
Yep. Yeah.
Okay.
What?
So, sorry.
No, I did it. It looks the same. So
You did it. Okay. The next one is spanner. What is spanner? Spanner is actually if you have a table, usually certain categories of rows or columns of the table, sorry, the column of the table, you want to merge it into one bigger title. So that's the spanner. In this case, if for my case here, I would like to have this stability, all this into stability. So, okay, yes, I'll take this now. Then I'll just type underscore spanner and then label. And columns. This means so I want to create a GT table whereby BDT until the BDT sign, it's under the bigger umbrella as stability transform. So you see here. If you want to change the label, you can also change the label with MD. It's just, and by the end of this tutorial or the workshop, you'll notice that most of the thing you want to do is just mix and match. And you use a lot of this pipeline. It's called a pipeline. Right? And if I want to add some more, let's just say factors MD. What's the error here? Oh, sorry. I was spelling. Here you go. All right. So you can try out and name your spanner and set the columns that you want to include it under its umbrella. I'll give you another up until 45. Now it's 11:38, right?
Yep.
Right? So until 11:45.
Okay.
What time's your lunch hour?
Lunch. I don't know. It's up to us. We usually take around noon.
yeah.
So yeah, let's see. Let me see. How long do we need to end this? Until noon, right? So give me we have another 50 minutes, right? Is that okay?
Yeah, I mean, our lunch break is flexible, so if you want to go an extra 15 minutes, I think we can, handle that.
Okay. Let's just say another 5 minutes, 15 minutes, and then we'll go for a 1 hour break and then come back again. Is that okay?
Okay.
So are we okay with the spanner?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, now, so since you have your data here, and you heard about footnotes, right? Footnotes, which notes do you want to put into your data? And then, like, for example, if you have, you want to put on a hashtag or anything that you want to note out, right? So, like for example, let's say this is a little bit too big of a table, but for the sake of example, if you have a, let's say just now earlier on, and then I'll remove the spanner first. And you can go for tab footnote. Everything you want to start off with, always with the tab and underscore. And so you will see a lot of GT type of formattings. But now we are going for footnote. And then we go for, let's say, footnote number 1. All the locations. Let's say you want to put a location as in the cell body, which means you want to put it into a cell body and then columns, and then row. Let's see number 1. And we close it up. Yep, we close it up. So you'll see that there's a footnote here, number 1 right here. Then you go down to the end, you have a footnote here, which is fun. If you want to add some more, you can just add additional footnote down here, and then you can say number 2. And then
Oh, it doesn't work for me. I get an error.
hold on. So day 1, day 2, and then no.
Not apply to an object of class function.
What's the problem? Sorry.
The error, it says error in use method, group vars, and no applicable method for group vars applied to an object of class function.
Sorry, hold on. If you,
I can.
can you share screen for a while? No, but before we go to your share screen, if you were to use the same name, right, like fun, right, it will show as 1 and 1, right? So, and then if you were to put it into a new name right here, because it's the same name, so that's why at the end it will have the number 1. If you have it's different, if it's different, and then you have 1 and 2, it will automatically identify. Even if you put it in small letter, I'm not so sure whether it's small letter. I've never tried small letter. Never tried small letter before. Let me try and see if
I can share my screen.
Yeah, sure. Sorry. Hold on. Stop sharing. Okay. All right. All right. Okay.
Right here.
Your columns weak, your alphabet is W is the capital letter.
Sorry, where?
So can you go to your console? Yeah, your weak columns equals to W has to be capital letter because your column name is function rows turbidity rows for self not nice. Can you try the first one first? You try from script 170 to 175. Just highlight 170 to 175 without the pipe. Just before the pipe. Yeah. Just then you. All right. So it's rows column knife soup not to be Ah, uh, so the first one, data is data one. Sorry.
Oh, whoa. Didn't see that.
I'm sorry, my bad.
Oh, yeah, I should have seen that. Sorry. That's
My bad.
thank you.
You're welcome. All right.
It's always the little things.
Yeah, the little thing. That's right. Note to myself, check your code before you did.
Yeah.
I think I have to change my code in my main class as well. Anyway,
Now,
but this is a footnote. If you have any footnote, right? So I'm not so sure. I think I have to change a little bit on this. But it's not cell body. I think you can change that. It's just now was the tab footnote, and that is the header. It's the cell body. So hold on, let me check the details. Column, column labels, column. Right. I think I missed out a note here. Supposed to have another one to put on the column header for the footnote. I'll check back to you soon. I think I missed out one note here. Hold on. Let me try this and see. No, it's not this one. Whatever. Sorry. Let me try this again. Oh, okay. Sorry. I add another one for the column labels. I think I missed this out in the. Very sorry, I missed this out in. So this additional one is to if you want to add footnote into your column. So for the header. So let's say column E, and then yeah. So it's only turbidity, and then it will show this is a footnote for the table. All right. Did you get my script?
Mhm. Yeah.
So the script is this one. You can just add this one for the footnote for your table. You can add the column into any uh, var variables header. Okay. And sources is just without the footnote. Without the footnote label, it just immediately goes to the source. So if you want to put it like in this one, data one, GT. So you'll see that there's no footnote here, but if you go to the end, you see a source. Where can you get the source? If you want to add if you want to add any like italic, you can have the italic at the bottom, right? So you see now when you read papers or articles, sometimes you see there's a certain formatting, right? A certain format of tables that you see it over and over again. Most of the time, I think most of the chance I can bet that they use DT to create it. Right. So it makes data or table creation much easier. Later I'll show you again how to use. set the digits. But do you have any questions so far?
I think we're good.
Can I give? Yeah, good. All right. So this one is format. And again, you see that these numbers are all in very huge decimal points. You can use the same thing. Sorry, just data. I'm sorry, just change it from here. Much easier. Data one, GT, and then for the variables, I'll just copy the whole variable. I'll just do it here. Let's say from this one is BDE until and so you see everything has only 2 decimal points. I can send the script again to you. I just change a little bit on the go. And yeah, you can you can set the format of the table. Any questions so far about this?
I think we're good.
Okay. And we don't have a date, but if you want to change your format of the date, this is a format change grid. If you want to change currency, you can also change the currency, because if you change currency, it will add another 2 zeros behind it with the currency note or currency denomination. If you have a currency format, all right. And percentage. So to change it to a percentage, you want to auto scale it also can. And I think annotation. These are all just formats that you can use, notes that I can provide you. And lastly, style. So yeah, this one is just a very bland table. You can add a style to it. Style number one, it will change to blue. And there are only 7 colors, yeah. There are only 9 colors of style. I think all the 9 rainbow colors. I think you can go for black. And no black. Okay, what are they? Blue, cyan, pink, green, red, or gray. Gray that. Yeah. So your table has gray colors, and you want to style one style. I think there are few styles. Yeah. Something like a table the table designs in Excel. So once you have okay with it, let's say I want style number 3. All right. Once I'm good with it, I'm just copy the whole thing. Go to this. I don't need this anymore. I'll just paste it and voila. Ta-da. So you have your table. I mean, you don't really need to do much just by getting it from R and just paste it into your document. We're good. I'll give you 5 minutes to play with it. And then after that, we can go for a 1-hour lunch break. All right?
Awesome. Thank you.
And I think at the end of this class, I will add I will put on uh the new script for you that I've made changes from this class so that you know the difference that the changes I've made. So questions? Any questions from the floor?
I think we're good.
All right. So we'll wait for if you're okay, then we'll go for 1 hour break for now until 1 p.m. Japan time.
All right, sounds good. I'll stop the recording and start a new one.
Okay, not a problem. Can you pause the recording?
Huh?
Can you pause the recording instead of stop it? Header of
Sorry, I forgot to
the
resume.
header of missing and complete, right? The rest are actually different from each other. Like the factor has factor order, factor unique, and then the counts. Whereas the numeric has numeric means, standard deviation, minimum Q1, median Q3, maximum, and histogram. So there are actually two different types of data, right? So you have either built the table differently, which means you build it sector first, then only numeric, or you partition it, right? Like what we did earlier, and partition here, right? So partition is not you can partition it, but GT doesn't allow partition. So the only thing next move we can do is that we have to do it manually. So we can either build the GT manually by yanking it. So we can yank, say factor, and then only we go for GT, and then you have factor table. All right. So now, once you have this factor table, you can P everything and just paste it at this here, and you have your table ready. Right. So now try to do it on numeric. If you have your data, try to yank numeric and create a GT table. I'll give you around 5 minutes. Is that
Okay.
All right, you're good?
Yep.
Okay, great. So now, so since we have this table already, or if you want to have this table, we can also break it into groups, right? Earlier on, like here, you just add another group by. Earlier on, it was like day. Let's for day. And let's go for this number 2 first. Okay, and you should be have something like this. Hold on, data 1. Sorry, data 2. Group by. Sorry. Okay, so you should have this kind of data. So you'll see that if you group by, then you will break into the day. And since my day was not organized by order, so it's organized by alphabetical order. It's not by the day order. And if you want to remove, this missing and complete rate, and you can go from here. Yeah, you can select this. Okay. Now, no, not scheme from here. Sorry, scheme after here. Yeah. All right. So I'll remove the missing and complete rate. Okay.
Yep.
So once you then from here, then you can rename your labels. You have to rename it based on the GT format. For example, if you want to rename, you can just use this. And maybe you remove the histogram. Okay. Remove the histogram, numeric, name columns, mean, and another scheme variable. You can also, if you want, you can also remove the scheme variable. Okay. If you were to remove the scheme variable, the histogram, the missing and complete rate, then you are left with only mean standard deviation. This is the minimum. I renamed the minimum, and then the Q1, Q3, median, all these are renamed. And you should have this. Right? Aha. HIS does not exist. Okay. Hold on, if I want scheme missing, hold on, let me. Hold on, yeah. How do I miss my sort of missing it? Come on, let me remove select, right? Yeah, let me select. Let me do my different selection. Okay, and then only I select negative use. So now, what we have right now is that this particular script, I just reshuffle it. It means the selection happens after yanking the numeric table out. Why? Because if we don't yank the numeric out, it assumes the full table, which includes vector. So once I yank the numeric out, it only limits to the numeric table, and so we can tackle all the unwanted header, such as scheme variables, histogram. That also includes and missing and complete rate. Now we have a nice table of all the statistics that we need. Okay, and then what else do you think we should do with this table? Anyone has any idea?
Is there a title?
Yeah, that's a title. And then we can also add a footnote because SD, no one knows what SD is. And thirdly, we will also add adjust the decimal points for all your values. If you want, you can also put the words left, align left or align right, because by now it's in the middle. So we can put on the title using the same thing. Just go for it and let's check title. Yeah. Header, and then title up here. Call it as if you want to make your data edit the fonts, you have added 20. Then put asterisk, double asterisk, and okay. So you will have your descriptive data here. And want to add a footnote. Everyone all right with this so far?
Yep.
Okay. So if you want to add a footnote, add another line. Just now the footnote was at. Hold on. What was the script just now on the header? Hold on, yeah. You just need to check the. You just use mix and match the thing. Not for header. Okay. Sorry. So just add another one here. So not location. We just add standard deviation. And then the column name, we can name it default as SD. SD. Okay. Wait, hold on. D does not exist, so because of the renaming, I guess. Yeah, because of the renaming, you have to use the original name of the standard deviation, the SD small letter. So now you have the standard deviation and SD. You have to use the small letter rather than big letter because this is the original name of your table. So now we are building it up. We're building it slowly up, right? And next thing, are we all right?
Yeah.
Okay, so next thing will be maybe if you want, you can put the minimum until maximum as a quartile. So you can check the what's the again? Check on this. Spanner, sorry. You can use spanner. Same thing again, add spanner, and the spanner label you can say quartile. And if you want to add more characteristic to your name, and let's go for this one's supposed to be P0 until P100, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. All right.
Yep.
Are we good?
Yep.
Okay. So the next one will be changing this number all into decimal points. Again, referring back to the table, just the script earlier, and then the FNT, we just add this number, column number. And that's the same thing as earlier on. Let's go for column until T100. So, and voila. So you have your table. So now you have a nice, beautiful table. And then if you want to export it, you can either save it, export it as a page, or you can export it as a Word file or a text file. You can do that as well. But doing that, it might screw up some of the formatting. So I suggest double click on it and just directly paste it in your document. So yeah, hold on, let me in formatting. Yeah, this one looks much better. Yep. So you have all your format all in proper manner. If you want to stylize it, earlier on the styles. Yeah, want to style it. One more. Gonna style it into, let's say, style number 6. I want to make it gray. Sorry, wrong spelling. Right, so now you have the gray one. And put it. And voila, you have a nice table. So these are the tables. How you create a nice statistical table for this morning. So I will give you around up until 145 to play around with the data and then try to mix and match with all the things you've learned so far. And then if you have any questions or any issues, do tell me and then we can talk about it. Is it okay? I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. So far, everyone all right?
Yep.
You good? You're okay with the table building and then descriptive data generation with table?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Any questions or anything that you are in your wish list that perhaps you want to do something out of this, but you generate a table or something in your, I mean, you have any questions regarding to this? You have any question?
I think
Anyone?
No.
No, huh? All right. So basically, let's give everyone another 15 minutes to slowly digest all the script in this our script here. So basically, the whole morning and slightly almost after lunch will be actually on how to create a nice and beautiful table so that you can directly use it for your publication or your thesis or your writing. And what I did here earlier on, let me explain to you what one by one. But generally, you have to think logically, step by step, how to create this table. So earlier on, I had my table one, data one, which has at least four types of turbidity measurements. Turbidity, log, the scene, and then the square root. So if I were to make the whole thing into the same table, it will be long. Because it has a turbidity and then turbidity log, square root, and sine. But if I want to change it into only turbidity, then we have to filter certain results out. And so let me go through one by one. First, we call out for our data set that we want. We pipeline it. Everything we want to do the following thing, we need to pipeline. And then we group everything by the day, which means you can see here the day I already formatted based on the order of the day from Monday to Sunday. And then I want to skim it and only yank out the numeric data. So I don't want the factors data and I only want the numeric data. And with that said, I can remove the missing and then the complete rate of history, and then I can only filter. I want to filter only the turbidity data. So when I only filter the turbidity data, the rest, like the log turbidity, square root, and then the sign will be left out from this table generation. After that, once I get this table, if you want to have a look at how it looks like, without the duty table, let me just highlight the whole thing from here until here. You should be able to see the table should be like this. So you can see that the table right now is just a text table. And after that, I would like to generate into a GT table and rename it. Rename all the column based on the original. This is the original name of each column header, and this is the new name. So notice that the old name, I don't really need to put a quotation on here. I have to put a quotation here. It's some minor formatting that we have to remember now and then. Now after that, the tab header, which the header of the table, if you want to have, you can have it. If not, you don't have to add this in. Then the footnote, usually I suggest to have footnote, especially for those that has short abbreviations, like this ASCII standard deviation. And note that the name of the column should use the old name, not the new name. The new name is just a label, not the actual original dataset name. And if you want to have a spanner like this, you can add a spanner that encompasses the related column header. And lastly, the FMT is a format for numbers. We change all the formatting from 6 decimal point, if I'm not mistaken, only 2. So from there, I'll add another one for stylizing the table, and I stylize it based on the style number 5 and for gray color, GRAY. And then from that, I get this table. So it might look a bit daunting and a lot of steps, right? So if you have the script that I provided to you, and if you be doing the same thing over and over again, I suggest you to have a script ready. You just need to adjust a little bit here and there for your actual data. So from that on, you can just always use the same script over and over again, and you don't really need to change a lot. But if you need to change, or you think that you might need to change certain stuff in the future, put a hashtag next to it and then put a note. Perhaps you want to change something in the future on that. Perhaps you want to change something here over there. So you can basically get what you want without giving headache or recap what you have learned prior. Let me put into the example for you so that you can. Okay, let me put script. Yeah, we're done. Okay. So this is the first section of today's workshop. And I'll send this over to everyone, but I think I'll remove the stargazer. The stargazer is totally useless. Yeah. And then I'm first. Right. So, do you have any questions regarding to this GT summary and scheme R?
I think we're good here.
Fine.
Yep.
Okay. So I'll send it over. I'll send the script, the finalized script to you, and I'll send another one through email. If I don't send you by today, remind me. Okay?
Okay. All right. Awesome. Thank you.
Yay.
We finished the first section, and now we're going to the second section today. Right, so for the second section today, so for the second section, I'll just have to remove all this again so I don't confuse myself. I think this one I'll clean it up. Clean it up here. And then, is it okay if I put these two side by side rather than because this one will be better. Usually I'll do it this way. Nah, not fun so. This way. Okay. All right. So now, is it okay if we move on to the next section, or you want to have a rest for a while?
You guys ready?
Yep.
Yeah, I think we're ready to move on.
Right. Okay. Let's move on. The next one will be the test Quarto. Right.
All right.
So for now, don't load the script yet. I wouldn't want you to load the script because this one will be very confusing. If I load the script now and then you look at the script, there are a lot of
Which one are we now?
these are yeah. Sorry,
Which project are we
press
working?
Quarto. Press Quarto.
Yeah. Thank you.
So we don't load it for now. This one is slightly different from what you expect earlier on. What you have done prior. So it's a type of note making and also report generation. So it has basically three types of sections or three different structure, right? So before we start, how do you load Quarto? So loading Quarto is in order to create a new report or project. So you go this new, and then you'll see here do you have Quarto document and Quarto presentation? Everyone, do you have this? Yes? No?
Oh, what? I cannot really read it.
So you go here,
Uh-huh.
this little new. Do you have Quarto document and Quarto presentation?
Oh, yeah. And then
All right, good.
okay.
So Quarto document is where you can create reports either by using HTML form output as HTML, Word document, or PDF. Quarto presentation, on the other hand, you can create slides, presentation slides, PowerPoint slides using just by running your statistics in R and then immediately your table and everything into a PowerPoint slide. You can do it later, can try later. But for now, let's go for Quarto document. So for Quarto document, then you'll see here, you'll come out here, presentation, interactive, and document. So the interactive, usually if you want to create applications or software that you want to send over to someone, and once they double click on it, it immediately runs the application. You can create application using Quarto and embedded Shiny inside it. Presentation is like the PowerPoint. You can create a PowerPoint. And lastly, the document that we want to use, we are using, that we are going to do today. So let's start off by looking into the selection here. You can either create HTML, PDF, or Word. However, if you want to create PDF and Word, you need to install other dependencies such as LaTeX, and maybe if you have a Microsoft Word or Libre or OpenOffice, then you need to have those ready installed. So let's start off by giving us a title. So let's go for a title. Go for Test Quarto. And then put on your name. Okay. Right, create. Once you create, then it will show you the basic, right? You have a Test Quarto, and then you don't save anywhere else yet yourself. So these are all the basic Quarto. Do you have this in loaded up? Do you have this loaded up already?
Oh, mine is still loading.
All right, no worries.
Yeah.
Okay.
It looks like I have the same, yeah.
Yep, I have the same as well.
Sorry?
We have it.
Okay, all right. Oh, now. So there are three major. Sorry, I can't remember them. Yeah, components. So there are three major components here. The first one, this little square, is called a YAML. YAML is YAML full name is called full name. I can't remember what's YAML's full name already. It's YAML in markup language. Yeah, like wine. Wine is not window. Wine is not emulator. So YAML is not a markup language. That's the full name. So YAML set what is your document output and your document format. Then the next component is the text component. Anything you write over here, outside of this, you see this one. Anything you write outside here, it's all text. You can write your note. You can write your output notes. You can write your essay anywhere all around here. It's okay. And then right here, this is where the code runs. Anything within this gray box, this is where the code runs, right? So if you want to run anything, you can run this through this code box. Now, you can run multiple language in Quarto. You can run Python, you can run Julia, you can run CSS, you can run C++, you can run JavaScript in Quarto, in RStudio, and you can mix and match different types of languages to come up with the output that you need. For today, we only run R, and we will start off by removing all this first. Okay. So we start focusing on this YAML, and before we begin the YAML part, do you have this visual and source text on the top left of the right windows, like here?
Yeah.
Source and visual. All right. The visual is what you see, what you get, which means whatever you see in this visual, this is what your output will look like. Wherever it is in whenever it is in Microsoft Word, it's in PDF, or if it's in HTML web browser based, this is what your output will look like if you export it. And then source is where the original, how you would like to see it in a script form. For the simplicity of this class, I will not go into the source, but occasionally you would like to go to source when you want to move here and there your text. It's best to do it in source, it's easier. All right, now, if you see here, we have a lot of things right here. If I click right here. Okay. So YAML is where when you want to set the format before you start, something that like before you start. And before we start, there are a few things that usually I will set up. Number one is check the title and the format. If I want to use HTML, then it will be HTML. And visual editor, you can either put it visual or source. Visual means whenever you load this macro in the future, it will automatically open in the visual state. If you put source, it will open in this state. Okay? So there are a few things that I would like to put it now here is that we just copy this source here so that you will always know that when is the last time you update your Quarto. And then for the format, just go for HTML first. All right. Now, we have two components. This is the YAML component, right? And then we have more stuff to discuss later on, but let's go for the second component. The second component is the Quarto text. Quarto text means it is text. Sorry, it is a text of your format of it's like a header or your text, your main text. If you have one hashtag right here, it is header one. So header one. If you have two hashtag and a space, then it will be header two. 3, then it will be header 3, and so on. So what happened is that you have to treat Quarto like a book. We are currently writing a script, but for the book, which means if you look right over here, the outline, you will see here that there's first 1, there's 2, there's 3. This will be, if you click on it, it will go to the corresponding header. If you put a tag, let's say test A, then test B. So you'll see that you have your correspondence like this. It will jump to the one that you want. All right. If you want to change the header, you just press 1 and then space. It will go back. It will revert to the hashtag that how many hashtag that you use. You have 2 hashtag and the space. It will turn back to second heading number 2. Okay. Right.
Oh, I just
Right. So you can write anything. Without a hashtag, it is just in your Quarto, right? So if you see like this, right, and then if I want to travel to, if you have a lot of script and you want to travel to a certain header, you just click on it. Like for example, I want to go to test 1. I just click on test 1. Immediately it brings me to test 1. Okay. All right.
mine is
Now,
something else.
What?
I don't know
any
what.
problem?
Oh,
Okay.
I just clicked on. I had it on source and I clicked on visual. It looks very different.
Uh-huh.
from source.
You can do it in source as well, but when you click on source, you see that it's quite different.
Okay, I will
Right?
start a new one. I clicked on visual again, but it looked different. I'll just start a new one.
You can remove everything, and then you can remove the thing that you've done wrong, and then you can just redo it in the visual as well. Not a problem.
Okay.
All right?
Yep.
All right. So now, let's go. I need my notes. Okay, let's pull my notes here. So for the text, there are a few things that we can have to think about in consideration. Like earlier on, you saw that the italic, right? Italic, the bold, right? From the MD. So it's markdown. So technically, Quarto use markdown as well. Which means if you want to write the text in italic, so you have this one, and then this. Oh, sorry, no, don't space it. Okay? Sorry. This is italic, and then you have another star here. So automatically become italic. If you want to make it bold, comes bold. If you check it in the source, it is like this. Okay? And if you want to make it into bold and italic, then it's triple star. This is bold and italic. Do it here, you have to and then so this is bold and italic. So you'll see right here, this is bold and italic. If you have like, if you want to write a note or you have to give note to yourself, then you can do that. Okay. And if you have like a package or you want to highlight a certain terms that people can link to it, then you use the button, this one. This is the key next to number 1. Let's say skin R. Then it becomes something that you can highlight. It's a highlighted terms if you want. All right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So the next text formatting will be if you want to have a list. If you have a list, one dot, and then it becomes a list. Next, let's say one dot. This is list one. Next one, this is list two. Two. And if you want to turn off the list, press another enter, and you will remove the list. If you want to have a bullet, then you can put on a dash and enter. It's a bullet. If you want, again, use this, it's a bullet as well. So if you look into the source, again, you go back to the source, you'll see that it's just text, but the Quarto will automatically identify it as a formatting. Then you can format it. If you don't want to remember all these kind of format jargons, right? You can always look up here. See here, the bold, italic, and then the break, the breaks, and then the header 1 until header 6. You can also do bullets and numbers, and you can also put in all different types of tables and insertion. Later on, we'll discuss. But this is generally the general text for your the Quarto text component. Okay, are we all right?
Yep. Yeah.
Okay. So if you have this right now, and then you feel that I'm done with this section. I want to have a clear part of the section for my readers. So you can put triple star, and then it will be a line. So this line will show in both the PDF, the HTML, and the Microsoft Word section. That you will have a line and tell this is the section break. So yeah. Right? So now you know the YAML part. Now you know the important part, and now the important one is the language by two parts. So now the code part, it's either you insert the code here, you press this, and then you just wait. You insert the code here. You insert the R code here, then it's like this. Click this button, then insert the code button right here. This is a bit for me. It's a bit hassle because you have to move your mouse. If you are always on your fingers are always on the keyboard, I have a better suggestion. Use the /, the key with the question mark. So if you put a /, then it will come up with all these different type of formatting. R code, Julia, Python, developer tools, and all these kind of different types of formatting. So if you use the / code, then the first one will always be R codes, right?
Okay.
A second option will be Control Alternate I. All right. Okay. And then the last option will be these three. Again, this quotation mark, which is next to number 1. Then this one and then R. Yeah, it should come out like this. Because the base source code is like this. But with visual, the coding will will make it easier. So this one you can use either use /. You can use either use URL plus LT. plus I, or okay. Because if, and if you don't need this anymore, you can always press backspace or highlight everything, and then just delete it, backspace it, and remove everything out from here. Okay.
Could you repeat how you typed an R box?
For the R box, you can either use a forward slash,
Uh-huh.
and then you can choose the R code chunk,
Ah, yeah.
or you can use Control Alternate I.
Control.
Alternate I.
Wait.
You right? You okay?
Sorry, one more time. Control.
Control, yeah, Alternate I. Are you using Mac or Windows?
Windows.
So it's Control Alternate and I, and
Oh,
the word I.
okay.
Yeah. Here. Okay. If you want to run Python, then you can run Python.
Okay. Oh, things are opening. Okay.
Right? So this is the basic component. This is the text Quarto, and this is the basic code. Call to right, and then so once you're done with all this, right? Every time when you run something, when you're done with everything, you can save it or you can render it. So in our sense here, our render is HTML. So if you click on render, the first time you click on it, it will ask you to save. So you can save it anywhere else. Let me see. For here, I can save it in my desktop. And I'll just go press Quarto. Okay? And then when you press save, it will render. It will pop up something like this. Okay? Yeah, something like this come up.
Yeah. Let me check. It did not.
What did he say?
Oh, a render unsafe. Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
Yep. So now you have this. Right. So this is basically what you see here. You publish by your name and the date. So it's best to have this date. It's very important so that you know which version you give to your uh, collaborators. So I have experience whereby I gave one to my collaborator and then asked them to pass it to another collaborator. But if there was a miss in translation communication, they gave the older version. So when I double checked with them, then only I noticed that it was given the wrong version. So from the date we can kind of know what version we gave it to the other person. Right?
Okay.
Okay. So now we know the basic component already. So let's move on to how do you want to write your script in R then? So there's a few way you can write you want to run in is that when you want to run R, you have to put all your script within this gray box. Anything outside or inside or below it, it doesn't work. So before we start, right, do you guys see this in my Quarto, the original, the one that I gave it to you? You have this, right? Please install and run call these packages.
No, I don't have them.
Do you have this? You don't have this?
No. Thank you.
I'll give enough 5 to 10 minutes for you to download it.
Okay, I think it's minor install.
Okay, so the library call them.
Sorry?
Library call them. Once it's installed, call them. You can just change this to library. I think you can do this like this. Yeah. Doo-doo-doo. Just click on do it like this. Oh, huh? You have to do it one by one. One required package is required. Yay. Okay. Too many frames. Ah, okay. It's being lazy. Right, so there are better ways to do it, but okay, now whenever you have this your script is within this gray box, right?
Yeah.
So you can run the whole thing, either you can control enter everyone, or you can press this green button. So when you run current chunk, which means it runs this chunk, you can click on it, and then you will have this chunk. It will say that it runs. Okay. There are also other types of buttons you see here. This is basically you can name your chunk, like say we call load library, and you can see that it labels here library. By. So it's load library. And then this one means you run all the chunk above this chunk, which means whenever you turn on your Quarto the first time, everything is in a clean slate. You can actually resume by pressing this button, and then everything will just run. Or you can run the whole thing by uh the whole thing. Wait, press the run the whole thing button. Yeah, you can press and then run the run set chunk automatically. You can run all the chunk. You can run all the chunk here. Okay, so this is how we load the library, and then we can, whenever you press this render button again, it will not show any uh it will not show any save button, but it's always automatically saved, and then it will process your data, and then it will come out like this again. So you see at the bottom, you see, yeah, you have all this. So it is cleaner now, and you can show your collaborators. How do you want to show your collaborator all this? Okay. Remember when you saved your file? Like for me, I'll save it in my desktop. So I go to the desktop, and I should see this HTML Quarto. That's Quarto. So if I double click on this HTML Quarto, it will be on my default browser, and you'll see all your stuff, all that you have generated up right here. And if I want to send this HTML to anyone, I'll just take this and send it over to, let's say, to the chat. Anyone can download the HTML and open up and see, do you have the same thing with my name on? You can try. Do you see my name on the first page of the top of the HTML? Right here.
Oh,
Do you see my Quarto that I sent over?
I'm downloading it now.
Okay. So that is how you send HTML, or even if you want to PDF, you want a PDF. If you want the PDF, you just go up to YAML and change it to PDF.
Yeah.
All right, once you change it to PDF and then you render it, PDF will be a bit tricky because it needs latex. So now I have my PDF. So where do I get my PDF? Go to the same spot here. I can send you over to send my PDF to you. So whenever you have written any script or anything that you want to share, you can simply share it to your collaborators using Quarto. Are you good?
Yes.
Now, going back to HTML, because I prefer HTML, it's because I prefer to put in HTML because sometimes we need to render certain interactive graph that only HTML can handle. PDF and Microsoft Word document, they will only handle date graphs or date photos. Right. So from here now, you can see that we have this YAML, and also this is the what we call it as the main YAML, the principal YAML, and then here this is another YAML as well. But this YAML is for only this chunk. So how do you want to make a YAML? A hashtag and a stroke down. And then YAML, there are a few types of YAML. We can try this one. It's called a code fold. A code fold means it folds your code up. That means you don't see the code. Then you put a semicolon and then true. Then if you see this code fold, it's in red, that means you are using the right name. And then true, once it's turned orange, which means you're using it right. So code fold means I fold the codes. You don't see the code unless you automatically, you specifically click on the chunk bar. So if you press on render, you'll see here that when I go down, you see that the code is here, but there's no code. There are only the output, the warnings, and the messages. If you want to see the code, you press this button. You see the code.
Good.
Right. And so if you hit these messages, this kind of message that comes out whenever you run a code, but you don't want it to come out often, so you can do it here. Just press enter, message, false. So when you render it, voila, no more message. Okay?
Yeah.
Very good.
Yeah. What did the message false do?
You turn off the message. So, like for example, if I were to render this,
Mm-hmm.
you see these messages?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can turn it off.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Sometimes, for courtesy, some packages do have this kind of messages whenever you load it or you call it or do anything like analysis, they'll come up with a message, right?
Okay.
Okay. now this is only for this specific chunk. Like for example, this one I didn't put any YAML in it, so it didn't have any YAML effect. Right. So if you want to have a YAML effect of the full document, you can remove, you can take this off, and then you just put it up here. Instead of having this, you don't need this. Just like this. All right. So if you put this, which means it will take effect on the whole document. So when you put render, and you see that everything has full. Where the message is. Message is done. Message is still running. How come? Still give message in YAML. But anyway, you can see that the whole, now everything is folded. But this thing is still there, which means YAML doesn't accept message. It's full. But you can also have echo. Echo means echo means Let me check what is. There's another one called echo. You can also click in echo. Okay, echo is different. So apparently the message is not hold on, let me check this. Okay, with the S or not. Still there. So apparently message it doesn't work for this example, it doesn't work for the whole text. You have to put it manually in every in the all right. Now there are two more types of that I would like to show you. That is eval and echo. Eval means that you evaluate do you want to evaluate the chunk, which means you want to run the chunk or not. Echo means you run the chunk, but you don't the script will run the chunk, but it will not show you the chunk. There are two different things right here. So eval chunk, which means let's say we call a data, like yeah, call data. Give you an example. Mm. Right. So now, if I have this data, right, and then I go for plot. Let's go for turbidity with. Right. This is the box plot of my data. For let's say, I'm looking the data early on, the turbidity and with that, right? If I were to put it as eval as false, eval false means if I were to render it, you will see that there's nothing there. It's only a code. If I were to put echo, data one is not here. Okay, sorry. I have to put in the data. Okay, sorry. Let me add this all. So for your information, again, another one thing is that for every Quarto, when you want to evaluate your data or you want to run your data, make sure that you have specific a specific chunk to call your data every time because it's a closed environment. It's like a virtual environment whereby you have to call the data every time you run render the output. If I were to put equal and false, you see that I have uh, I have the data, but I don't have the code. Eval chunk, let's see the same thing. I put it into, sorry. Oh, and then eval. And a normal one. Eval false. All right, so if I were to render this, you will see that I have three types of output. Number one is I have the count property. I have a normal one with a code. So I want to call the code the box plot. I have a box plot. I have an eval false, which means I do have the code, but it didn't run. Nothing comes out. Echo false means there is nothing shown for the code, but you can see the output. You get the concept? Hello?
Sorry.
Do you get the concept for
Yeah.
this equal, eval, and normal? Right?
Yeah.
So you can kind of do a few stuff with the YAML. And I already, because this is it's best to have your own set. But in my Quarto main text that I showed you, do you have this text Quarto from me? Right? I
Yeah.
do have all the YAML chunk for you. So you can label, which means you can name your chunk.
Uh-huh.
Suppress the message, evolve the warning, error, the results, and the code folding.
Okay.
So you can use which one you think you want, you can do it based on these guidelines I gave you. Now, there's also another one, this thing, right? In this whole thing, the YAML that I showed you, let me show you one by one the function of the YAML. So if you want to have a proper and control of your output, it's best to set more functionalities for your HTML. This is only for HTML, yeah? So if you go to the form, the YAML of the example that I sent to you, if you look in here, the TOC true until right here. So, yeah. Then add in here, then format. What's the problem? Hold on, yeah. Something problem with the formatting. Should be right. Okay. What's wrong with the format here? Hmm? Hmm. Something wrong. What is it? On here. I'll just do it here. Okay. Okay. So now there are a few things that you can there are a few things that it's error. You just put this into here. No, it's errors. Okay, now here's a few things that I want to show you will be if let me render it and see. Error. Hold on. Why there's an error here? Okay, all right, so sorry. Your HTML has to be indented, then the rest should be fine. So this TOC means I need a table of content, and the table of content should be floating. That means it follows the whole documents when you scroll down. And then you want to put it on the right side or left side, it's all onto you. And this end resources is whereby you can put in graphs. Without these two, without these two things, if I were to pass my HTML word or document to you, you won't see any graphs. Because this one is to make sure that I include graphs or graphics output in the HTML. So if I were to put it render, I have all this. What is this? TOC actions, not truths. Please. Hold on. Voila. So sorry. So because this thing for YAML, it wants you to inform them whether it is within the HTML format. So to know whether it's within the format, you have to indent it. So once you indent it and you put all the true TOC true, float and whatnot, if you look into here, now that I have a table of content on my right side. If I have a table of content on my right side, which means if I were to click here, I can always go to the section that I need. And it's always following me. Right?
Yep.
So it makes reading or moving your document much easier.
Mm-hmm.
Okay?
Yeah.
So for this, if I were to leave it like this, right? If were to leave it, yes, I make an output out of it. Okay? You'll see that, oh, I have my graphs here. Okay? I have my graph here,
Mm-hmm.
and I also have my HTML here. When I double click on it, I can see my graph. You can see my graph clearly.
Oh.
Right? Okay, now, if I were to send it over to you, can you please download the latest test Quarto HTML? When you open it, do you see any graphs? Try download the test HTML that I sent to you. Do you see any bar graph or box plots?
No, but
The HTML you sent to us?
it's a bit
Yes.
funky.
Yes, because I didn't have these embedded resources.
Okay.
And earlier on, the one that I sent you was only 26.07 kilobyte. Now I rerun it and it's 1.1 megabyte, which means this one, earlier on I gave it only the code, and now it's with the graphs. Yep, I just sent over. Okay,
I'm still,
do you see any graphs now?
I'm still downloading it.
All right,
Yep.
no worries.
Yes, I see the
Okay.
graphs.
So now, so this is actually a very important code that you have to start off with every time you start your console.
Oh.
Now, so hold on. And another thing that I would like everyone to have is this one. It means that it will always save your graphs and everything in the same spot. And then unless you change the chunk, it will not run the chunk again. Unless you change the chunk, it will run that particular chunk. It will save a lot of your time rather than running the whole thing all over again. So add a cage here, cage through. And the rest will be almost done for the YAML. So technically, if you want to create your own Quarto with a HTML, this is what I will start off with. So I give you another 10 minutes to just copy this and then put it in. But you can also access it through the Quarto test that I sent over via email. But that one is very complicated. That one usually, if you want to generate PDF, or you want to generate Word document, it has other YAML for those as well. If you want to generate only for HTML, this is the one that I will suggest to start off with, at least. You can change the title and the name, but the rest you should have the same code. Are we clear?
Yep.
Yep.
Every time I try to render it, it doesn't work.
What does it say? It
Mine
has a
says
lot of
error render failed due to invalid YAML.
So probably your YAML format is not correct. So first is that technically all this is in the same line, right? The same indentation. This one is single indentation. This is double. All these are double indentation indented. And this
Uh-huh.
one is single.
Oh, okay.
This one is no indentation.
Um,
So you use that. You use that. The tab button. So use the tab button. This
oh,
one you use the tab button.
yeah.
Not the spacing. The tab
Yeah.
button.
Oh, these have to be for, okay, wait.
So if you if you're interested to make your Quarto into a proper book or proper document, you can further check the guidebook, which I will not want to include in this workshop because it can get very, very beautiful and very, very complicated. You can technically you can write a book with this. You can write a book and then just send it out and you can print a book with just a Quarto. So this is a basic that I'll provide. And basically, it's sufficient for you to generate a HTML to send it over to your collaborators.
Okay. It still doesn't work, but then for a different reason.
What does it say right now?
Quitting from test R markdown 4561 unnamed chunk. Oh, I
Yes.
think there's something
Yeah.
wrong in my code.
Wrong in your code. Did you call your data?
Um,
Did you have a data call? Because like I mentioned,
yeah,
whenever you run a Quarto, it has you have to have a call. But what did they say again? What line? It does mention the line, right?
yeah, 4561.
So you go to source and look at 4561.
Okay,
Line 45 to 61.
it is. Yeah, the load library one code fold true and message false.
Node library 1, code false. Maybe your code full word is look at your screen again. Sorry.
And then the install pack, I think it's the whole install packages.
Can I have a look at your code again?
Yeah, of course.
Share screen.
This whole chunk, he says, is wrong.
Oh yes, because it's not library. Trying to use can without setting limit. Okay. You can remove this whole thing, and then you can remove this load library. Yeah, good call. And you change it to you don't need the good call anymore. This is just an example. Yeah. If I render again. Voila.
Where does it? Oh, there you go.
Yep.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Wow.
Okay. Now, now you know that the details of this. And so I also have some example here. This is for those you want to put as a HTML output, right? If you want to put a PDF output, you put it here. You remove all this and then call back this one. Right?
What?
You want to call a PDF, you want to make a PDF, you just remove PDF and default. So if I want to create two separate files, just PDF default. I just indent once and then PDF default, which means I'm creating a HTML and a PDF at the same time. But you have to do it at the end of this of the HTML format, or you can also do it in front before HTML. And so it knows that you are creating two formats, PDF and HTML.
Okay.
So first it runs the PDF and then it runs the HTML. And then it runs the PDF again and then it runs the HTML. So I have a PDF right here. And then I have my HTML right here. It's around 128. Yeah, sorry. So technically it runs two things at the same time. But I will say run one at a time so that you don't confuse your system.
Okay.
Okay. So all right. Now for Quarto in the chunk, there are a few things that you can do a few things that you can do. Number one is to put in graph, like for example this graph, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you can set the graph size. Like for example, let's this I have a figure right here now. So I want to label this figure, label it as figure one. This is very important, right? Later on, please remember this name figure one, yeah, because this is the name of this figure. And then if you want to have a figure caption, you can also add a figure caption. It's like g.cap. And then if the figure is then we can render it. And you can see that okay, this is just a normal figure. Right? And if you want to set your figures different types of settings, you will see right here in the add figure part, you will see a lot of figure setting here.
Okay.
So you can set your figure width, your height, your pixels, and then you want to show whether your figure path and also the width and height in pixel. This one is in ASP, if I'm not mistaken. I can't remember what ASP means, but let me check. What's the ASP? Oh, aspect ratio, sorry. Aspect ratio. Retina display, this is just the pixels, and then this is the height in pixel. Okay. So if I want to render this in, let's say, being crazy, the aspect ratio figure ASP could be, let's say, 0. It will be very, very ugly. Let's say 0.8. And your aspect ratio would be like 0.8, which means one is taller than the other. You can also put it as 1, exactly same aspect ratio, and it will be 1 to 1. It will show a nice boxy path. 1 to 0.4, and it will be like this. You can change the aspect ratio of the graph. I'm going to change the width, then click width. Let's say 10. Okay. You have the width of 10. If you have the width of 5, half of it, then it will be like this. Okay, so you can change, you can actually edit your figure size and type. And once it is like this, right, and then you want to make it center, pick dot align. So it should page kind of ER, sorry. Right? Not center. Right. Hold on, yeah. Let me render this for a while. Yeah, it aligns to the right. So this one, it aligns to the right here, not like this one in this. So it's supposed to align on the right side now. So it depends on what you want to do with your figure. So you can put this. Now, here's the fun part. You label your figure as figure -1, right? You can, in the Quarto text, call the figure. And then you can, let's say, I'll just put it here. So I call figure 1. So if I were to render, and I have this, and I call figure 1, I can call it like this. Okay?
Let's see if that works.
Okay. Let's go slowly. So if you have this, right, you can play with your
How do you
figure.
call figure 1 again?
Sorry?
How did
How
you
do you call figure? So you just put the alias and the name of the label.
Oh, okay.
So your label here is figure -1.
Okay.
Alternatively, you can also do this. Go here, and then you go insert, and then you go cross-reference, which is around here, cross-reference. And then you look for figures, no matching figure, and the default prefixes. There's no figure here. Or is it because of there's no figure here named Fisher? Technically, you should have. Apparently, it doesn't show.
Okay.
But if you use the alpha figure 1, it will automatically show that it's the alias figure 1. It will show the figure that you want. You label it.
Okay.
Or at least something. There are some bugs in here. Anyway, so you can edit your figure based on what you think it's best for your output, and then you can send it over to anyone that you want. So the thing about this thing is that you don't have to show anyone the actual code or the actual graph. You can just tell them, okay, use this. Don't do anything, just use this. So if they want to use it, right click, open it in a new tab, and you have a high pixel graph from get-go. So you can copy image, then paste here directly. So you don't have to really do a lot of stuff unless you want to, like, for example, you want to label it. You want to label the thing, you can label it from here. This. Try out. Okay, this is the color you want already. It's good. You run your script. It's good. The thing that you want, just render. And then here you go. You have your. Where did I do it? Sorry. Should have done it here. Yeah, should have done it here. Okay. So you see you have this color already, you just right click. You can copy image, or you can go here and look for a chunk, open in a new tab, get it bigger, copy image, put it into your, here you go. So you can make a proper graph without, if you want to share your data to your collaborator, and the collaborator, you are the data analyst, and then your collaborator is the one who will be writing the manuscript. Then you can edit all your graph accordingly based on your vision, and then without letting other collaborators accidentally mess up the output. So you can create graph, picture graph that with high uh, resolution, so that your counterpart or your collaborator can immediately extract the data from your HTML. Very good.
Yeah. Could you go back to the colors? How you did that?
Color C. This one. I relabel it,
Okay.
and then I rename the label X and Y, and then just color red and blue.
Yeah. And the same. Work. Oh.
Sorry?
Oh, never mind. I found out what I did wrong.
Okay. Before you render, because whenever we render means you want to run the whole document. Before you run anything, you just try to test the chunk. Just only test one chunk. If it works, it works, and then it doesn't, you just address that one particular chunk. And then until you can get it right, then only you render.
Yeah.
Because sometimes if you run a lot of models or you run a lot of calculation, a render might take you one day. I've experienced 1 week. So if I have to make sure everything is in proper, prim and proper, in a good position, no errors, then only I press the render button and let it run. Is it okay?
Okay.
Right. Same things you can do with table. Right. Same thing you can do with table. Like for example, just now earlier on we did with a scheme, right? Scheme table. Let's say, let's go for this one. And then, sorry, sorry, let's evaluate, let's give it a name label. L1. Okay. Sorry. And then, if you want to have a caption of your table, you can have your caption as well. So, PBL cap. Right. So earlier on we did on the sorry. Scheme, and then we header, sorry, yank, what was it again? Sorry, I can't remember what I did earlier on. Oh yeah, I can't remember what I did earlier on. Okay. Let me recall. Hold on, yeah. Let me recall where did I stop. If I were to run this, say error. Okay, we have this. Now, earlier on this script, I wrote this script. So we can render this table. Ah, something wrong. Not find function of highlights. Ah, okay. Highlights. Hold on. I think I know why. Hold on, yeah. Skip RGD first. Yeah. I think it doesn't run because of this. Okay. All right. Right. So now we have a table. We have a scheme table, a nice scheme table. You can copy the whole table, get the link, and then this is table one. And if you want to link your table again, like earlier on, okay, over here and /1.
When I try to do this, it says error in data one, and it cannot find the percentile error percentile function.
Did you did you have this library put into your chunk? Because like I mentioned, when the R run, when the Quarto run, it doesn't uh it doesn't run when you have already the library loaded. You have to load the you have to put the library loaded the library required in the chunk as well.
Okay, because I
Which
just
means
did those
from
anymore. Could you
from the beginning. Sorry.
could you copy that so I can
Sure.
put it in? Because I had it, but we deleted it because it wasn't working.
No worries, no worries. So this is the library that I used earlier.
Okay.
So and but whenever you start your Quarto, right, the first thing you need to do is to all the required library for the whole project, like tidyverse, Vegan, default, scheme R, all those things is required. Every time you start your project, you have those the first chunk. I'll show you an example, and then you can do that over and over again. Just copy and paste with a new project. So once you have this, and then you have this, and then I already put in the table one. If I were to render it, it should be, yeah, you can see I have table one loaded. Okay?
Okay.
Right. And then with that said, we have another one will be, lastly, you can write your methods and materials for your statistic analysis using R. And it will give you a proper report, but not necessarily the best report, but at least you can get the gist of it. So another one will be, I will say this will be final reporting. So I will suggest you to load your library here, reports, if you have the library. And then it should run, and then you should have a session info. Sorry, report. What section info. So what happened is that if you run this, it will have all this. See, analysis was conducted using R statistic language on Windows using what packages, and those packages which were mentioned in this particular paragraph will have their references listed down in APHA format. So once you have all this done, you can just render. And yeah. And have everything just listed out like this. Okay. Yeah, you don't have to do much. In fact, this is not large language model, but this has been around way before they introduced ChatGPT, but you can do this. Which means you can report this. Okay, you can report this, fine. But you can report a few stuff. Like for example, you can report photo, but you can report this. Hold on. I wonder if they can report this or not. You can't report this. But you can report this. Reporting. That's another way. You can't do that anymore. Yeah. You can report your data, like for example, you can report your data one, you can write down 140 entries from what to what, and then how many weeks, days, the turbidity mean, standard deviation, and median, and then the skewness and the kurtosis. You can somewhat report a basic report on your data. So how to use reporting. If you render it, it will also render it in a text for you. But yeah, you can do that. I mean, not all you can do, but certainly not everything you can do it. There are a few you can do it, right? Okay. Now, this is basically the Quarto. And do you have your own data sets with you? Or do you have any data? You can actually do whatever we've go through just now earlier on. And then using this example that we have that I gave you, all this, and as well as some of the guidelines I have in this Quarto test that I attached with the email earlier on to come up with a report. Do you want to try it out? Like, let's say in another 1 hour, I give you 1 hour to try the report. Try to make a report using Quarto, and then we come back after 1 hour, and I'll look into your report and I can give suggestion how to adjust or make it improve the visuals. Is it okay?
Yeah, I don't have data yet.
You
But-
can use my data, the one that I gave.
Okay.
How's everyone? Is that okay? How's everyone doing that if it's another 1 hour?
Won't leave, yeah.
Yeah.
Do you want to join?
Yeah.
Because then she does have
Then he does not have to wait.
Sorry?
We need to go.
Uh-huh.
But I think I already have, like I just followed while you were doing this. So I don't
Mhm.
know, I already have a report.
Okay. All right. So who else want to stay for the next 1 hour? After 1 hour, then we can discuss about how we want to do it. To improve your output. Is it okay?
Yeah,
Who's staying for the next 1 hour?
I can stay. Connor, you staying?
Mm-hmm.
I think I'll be able to stay too.
All right.
Con can stay as well. So just a couple of us.
Okay. So for the next 1 hour, I'll be here. If you have any questions, if you need anything, any help, if you want, you can share your screen to me and I can help you debug or streamline your stuff or your reporting. Is it okay? So far, okay?
Okay.
Does
I'll go.
anyone have any questions regarding to what we have discussed?
Will you send the code you written like now to us as well?
Oh, you mean this one?
Yeah,
Yeah,
the
sure.
code and this file, and then the code before, like the entire image, the entire table making, because I tried to keep up with you, but it was a little fast, so I think I missed
Oh,
a few.
you mean this one?
I think, yeah, like for one
What?
entire table, so I can check if I have everything.
Okay, I'll send it now.
Okay, thank you so much.
You're welcome. So I'll turn off my share screen, and perhaps you can turn off the recording, and we'll come back in 1 hour.
Okay,
Okay? But I'll be here. I'll be here. If you have any questions, just call me. Right?
Okay. You said you wanted to
Thank you.
pause to stop the recording?
Sorry?
You said you wanted to stop the recording?
Yeah. Because for the next 1 hour, it's just the example, and you have to generate your own report. So it will waste a lot of resources just by the long pause silence for 1 hour.
Okay, I'm gonna
Yeah.
end the recording.
All right.